Hi, I'm Benedict. Welcome to Boring Sleep Stories, a quiet, unhurried space. Settle in and let this gentle narration carry you toward rest. Please like the video and subscribe to our channel, but only and only if you liked the video. The wooden walls of the lodge are solid and still. Outside, the forest breathes in the cool night air. Here, inside, there is a deep and gentle quiet, a quiet held within the sturdy timber of this shelter. A heavy blanket rests over you, its soft weight a comforting presence, a feeling of being securely held. The air in the room is cool and fresh, carrying the faint, clean scent of pine from the world outside. And beneath it all, like a steady heartbeat for the forest itself, is the sound of the gentle creek. The sound is constant, a soft and endless murmur. It is the sound of water flowing over smooth, mossy stones, a sound that has been here long before this moment and will continue long after. It speaks of a steady, unhurried journey. The water finds its way, moving around obstacles over them, continuing on its path without effort, without rush. The sound fills the quiet space, not with noise, but with a deeper kind of silence. It is a sound to rest in, a current of calm that flows through the night. Listen to the water. It is a simple, honest sound, a soft rushing, a gentle tumbling, a liquid whisper that never ceases. It asks for nothing. It simply is. And as you listen, the sound becomes a part of the room, a part of the quiet. It washes over the stillness, a gentle wave of sound that cleanses the air. The murmur of the creek is a lullaby sung by the forest, a rhythm that is both ancient and new in every moment. It is a predictable, peaceful rhythm. The flow of the water is steady, a constant presence in the background of the night. It is a sound you can let go into, allowing its gentle, repetitive nature to soothe and to calm. There is nothing to understand about it, nothing to figure out. It is just the sound of water moving, flowing on. And with each moment, the sound seems to grow softer, more distant, as it becomes a familiar and comforting part of the deep quiet that surrounds you. The gentle creek flows on, and all is well. Through a window left slightly ajar, the night air drifts in. It is cool and clean, carrying the scent of the deep woods. It smells of pine, a fresh and resinous fragrance that speaks of tall trees reaching for the dark sky. It is the scent of countless needles, dewy and cool in the night. This scent is the very breath of the forest, a quiet exhalation that fills the sheltered space of the lodge. It is a scent of peace, of wild and ancient places. The air also carries a deeper note, the rich, earthy smell of the forest floor. It is the scent of damp soil, of fallen leaves, and of soft, deep moss. It is the smell of life and decay, a cycle as constant and as peaceful as the flowing water. You can almost feel the softness of the moss underfoot, the springy cushion of pine needles that carpets the ground. But you are not there. You are here, warm and sheltered, and the forest is sending its essence to you on the cool night air. This clean, earthy scent mingles with the faint, dry smell of the wooden lodge itself. The scent of pine from the forest and the scent of timber from the walls, they blend together into a fragrance of pure sanctuary, of being held safely within the heart of nature. The cool air touches your face gently, a soft reminder of the vast, quiet world that lies just outside these walls, a world that is sleeping under a blanket of stars. The air is still and calm, moving without a whisper, simply drifting in. Breathing in this air is like breathing in the peace of the forest itself. A slow, deep breath in, filling your lungs with the cool, clean scent of pine and moss, and a long, slow breath out, releasing everything, letting it all go. The air moves in and out, a quiet rhythm that matches the quiet of the room. Each breath is a gentle wave, washing in and washing out. There is nothing else to do but feel this simple, easy rhythm of the breath, moving in its own time. The weight of the blanket is a gentle pressure, a grounding presence. It is heavy enough to feel secure, a soft anchor in the stillness. You can feel where it rests, the comforting drape of it, the warmth it holds close. It creates a pocket of perfect temperature, warm but not too warm, a cocoon of comfort. The fabric is soft against the skin, a simple, pleasant sensation. This weight is a reminder of stillness, of the deep rest that comes from being completely supported. Your head is heavy on the pillow, sinking into its softness. The pillow holds and supports your head, allowing the muscles in your neck and shoulders to release, to let go of any holding. There is a feeling of sinking, a gentle downward pull, sinking into the mattress, into the support of the bed. The entire body feels heavy now, a pleasant, settled weight. Every part of you is held, supported by the soft surfaces beneath. There is nowhere to go and nothing to do. Just this feeling of being held, of being supported. The body can let go completely, trusting the softness of the bed, the stillness of the room. A feeling of release spreads, a gentle unwinding. From the tips of the toes to the top of the head, a wave of softness moves through, leaving only ease and heaviness behind. The body is at rest, still and quiet, sinking deeper and deeper into comfort. The gentle pull downwards continues, a slow and easy descent into deep, deep rest. The weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow, the support of the bed, all combine into one single sensation of being held securely. It is a feeling of safety, of being completely at ease in this quiet, sheltered place. The body knows this feeling, this signal for rest, and so it settles and softens and sinks. The sound of the creek continues its endless song. It is a backdrop to the stillness, a gentle murmur that underscores the deep quiet. The sound and the silence are not separate things. They exist together, one defining the other. The water flows, and the room is still. The scent of pine drifts, and the body is at rest. All these sensations are part of the same peaceful moment, woven together into a tapestry of calm. The room is dim. The darkness is not complete, but a soft, velvety grey. Perhaps a hint of moonlight finds its way through the window, painting a faint, silvery shape on the wooden floor. The shadows in the corners of the room are deep and soft, holding no mystery, only peace. The shapes of the furniture are muted, their edges softened by the low light. The eyes are closed, but you can still sense this gentle darkness, this peaceful, enveloping dimness. The wooden walls stand silent, their grain and texture invisible in the soft light. They are a solid presence, a boundary between the warmth inside and the cool night outside. They are the feeling of shelter made real. The roof above is a sturdy, unseen shield. In this space, you are completely protected, held in a quiet wooden embrace, while the forest sleeps all around. The sound of the creek seems to have woven itself into the fabric of the night. It is no longer something you are actively listening to. It is simply there, like the air, like the darkness. Its gentle, flowing rhythm is a constant, a sound that has become part of your own stillness. The water moves, and you are still. The constant motion of the creek allows for a deeper stillness within. It flows on, so you do not have to. The scent of the pines is also a part of the quiet now. A cool, clean note that hangs in the air, a reminder of the tall, silent trees standing guard outside. It is a scent that purifies the air, making each breath feel clean and new. Breathing in the scent of the forest, breathing out into the stillness of the room. A simple, easy exchange. The rhythm of the breath is slow and steady, a quiet tide moving in and out, in and out. The body continues to sink, to settle. The feeling of weight is a feeling of peace. The gentle pressure of the blanket, the softness of the mattress. All is calm. All is still. The mind, like the body, can settle now. Thoughts may come and go, but they are like clouds drifting across a vast night sky. They appear, and then they fade, leaving the quiet darkness behind. They are distant, unimportant. The focus remains on the simple sensations of the moment, the sound of the water, the scent of the pines, the feeling of the breath, the weight of the body. These are the anchors in the quiet harbour of the night. They are simple, they are real, and they are peaceful. There is nothing to strive for, nothing to achieve, There is only this moment of deep, quiet rest. The murmur of the creek is a soft flowing river of sound. It carries away the day, washing it clean, leaving only the peace of the night. The water flows over the stones again and again, the same sound, the same rhythm. It is a sound that is easy to trust. It is predictable and gentle. It is the sound of letting go. The air is cool on the skin. The blanket is warm. The pillow is soft. The body is heavy. These are the simple truths of this moment. They are all that matter. The world outside the lodge continues on its way, but here, in this sheltered space, time seems to slow down, to stretch and soften. The moments blur into one another, a seamless flow of quiet and calm. The sound of the creek flows on. The scent of the forest drifts in. The body sinks down, down into a deep and easy rest. The breath moves in and out, a soft and steady rhythm. Everything is flowing. Everything is soft. The sound of the water and the rhythm of the breath begin to merge, becoming one single gentle pulse, a pulse of deep, quiet peace. The creek flows, and the breath flows. On and on, into the deep, still night. Outside the window pane, the night is a deep and endless blue, softened by the steady fall of snow. The flakes drift down without hurry, large and distinct against the dark backdrop of the pines. They gather on the heavy branches, weighing them down in gentle arcs, and build in silent drifts against the foundation of the cabin. There is no wind, only a quiet descent, a universal hush that blankets the world. The sound of the forest is gone, muffled under this thick, soft layer. The only movement is the constant downward motion of the snow, a slow and silent curtain closing over the day. Inside, the air is warm and still. The only light comes from the small glass window of the cast-iron wood stove. It throws a flickering amber glow across the wide wooden floorboards, making the shadows in the corners of the room seem deep and soft. The light catches the grain of the pine walls, the smooth, worn surface of a wooden table, the gentle curve of a rocking chair. Everything is steeped in a warm, wavering light that rises and falls with the breath of the fire. The air smells of dry wood, of the faint, clean scent of pine resin, and the deep, earthy warmth of the stove itself. A slow, deliberate movement breaks the stillness. A hand reaches for the handle of the wood stove door. The latch is heavy, made of coiled black iron, and it makes a low, metallic sound as it is lifted. The door swings open on a quiet hinge, releasing a wave of radiant heat that pushes back the cooler air in the room. The warmth washes over stockinged feet on the floor, over the soft fabric of worn trousers. Inside the stove, a bed of embers glows a fierce liquid orange, pulsing with contained energy. Tiny sparks lift and vanish in an instant. The heat is a physical presence, a dry and penetrating comfort. Beside the stove, a stack of split logs rests in a brass holder. A hand moves over the wood, feeling the rough, splintery texture of the bark and the smooth, pale grain of the split sides. The logs are seasoned and dry, light for their size. One is chosen, a piece of birch with peeling paper-like bark. It feels solid and real in the grasp. The scent of the wood is faint but clear, a smell of forest and cold air, now mingled with the heat of the fire. With a slow and careful motion, the log is placed into the stove. It settles onto the bed of glowing coals with a soft, solid thud. For a moment, nothing happens. The log is a dark shape against the brilliant embers. Then a small tongue of blue flame lickers up its side, followed by another. The embers beneath it brighten, their orange light intensifying. A low crackle begins, the sound of heat and resin meeting. The new wood catches, and a steady, golden flame begins to uncurl, wrapping around the log and reaching toward the top of the stove. The light in the room brightens, the shadows shrinking back for a moment before resuming their gentle dance. The heavy iron door is swung shut. The latch is lowered back into place, seating with a quiet, satisfying click. The sound is final and secure. Through the small glass window, the new flame can be seen, growing stronger and steadier. The fire is fed for the night. The warmth in the room deepens, becoming a more constant, radiant presence. The low, rhythmic crackle and pop from within the stove is a steady, reassuring sound, a heartbeat for the quiet cabin. A turn away from the fire, a few slow steps across the floorboards. The wood is smooth and cool underfoot, a contrast to the intense heat from the stove. The rocking chair waits, its wooden arms worn smooth by time and touch. On its seat rests a thick, folded blanket, woven from heavy wool. Its colour is a deep forest green, muted in the dim light. A hand unfolds the blanket. It is heavy, substantial. The fabric is dense and soft, with the slightest pleasing scratchiness of pure wool. It smells faintly of cedar, from the chest where it is kept, and the clean lanolin scent of the wool itself. The blanket is drawn up, its weight settling over legs and lap, a comforting pressure. The warmth is immediate, trapping the heat from the body and the ambient warmth of the room. The chair gives a low wooden creak as it is eased into a gentle rocking motion. Back and forth, a slow and even rhythm. The movement is barely perceptible, a quiet sway that matches the flicker of the firelight. The view from the chair takes in the stove, its steady orange glow a focal point in the dimness. The light catches on the brass of the log holder, making it gleam. It illuminates the textures of the room, the rough stone hearth, the smooth wood of the floor, the dense pile of the wool blanket. The warmth from the stove radiates across the space, felt on the face and hands. It is a dry, clean heat that sinks deep into the bones. Combined with the heavy warmth of the blanket, it creates a cocoon of perfect comfort. The chill of the winter night is held at bay, a distant concept existing only on the other side of the glass. Outside, the snow continues its silent, unceasing fall. It is a soft, white blur against the darkness. The world is being tucked in, layer by layer. The sounds from within the cabin are small and quiet. The steady crackle of the fire, the whisper of the runners of the rocking chair against the wooden floor, the soft rustle of the wool blanket with each slow breath. The house itself makes its own quiet noises, the occasional creak of wood settling, a sound of contentment. The air is thick with calm. There is nothing to do, nowhere to be. There is only the here and now, the simple concrete sensations of the moment, the feeling of warmth on the skin, the solid weight of the blanket, the gentle, repetitive motion of the chair, the soft, flickering light that fills the eyes, the steady, quiet sounds that fill the ears. The fire in the stove burns brightly, the new log now fully engulfed in a calm, steady flame. It will burn this way for a long time, releasing its heat slowly and evenly into the small, still room. The shadows on the walls lengthen and shorten, swaying in time with the flames. The amber light paints the ceiling, a moving picture of warmth and peace. The steady rhythm of the rocking continues, a slow, patient pendulum marking the passage of a quiet, peaceful time. The snow falls, the fire burns, the warmth deepens. Everything is as it should be. The night unfolds slowly, peacefully, held in the steady calm of the cabin. The air is cool and still, carrying the faint, clean scent of stone and old wax. It settles around you, a quiet presence in the deep of the night. Each breath you take is slow and easy, drawing in that coolness, and each breath out is a soft release into the surrounding silence. The world outside these walls has faded away, leaving only this pocket of profound peace, this timeless rhythm of stone and shadow. A low, resonant sound drifts from far away, not a sharp clang, but a deep, rounded tone from a heavy bell struck just once. It is not a call to anything, not a marker of an hour, but simply a sound that blooms in the darkness and then slowly, slowly fades, its vibration seeming to soak into the very stones around you. You can almost feel it, a gentle hum that travels up from the floor, through the soles of your feet, a calming frequency that settles deep within your bones. And then it is gone, and the silence that returns is even deeper, even richer than before. You are in a long, vaulted corridor. The floor beneath you is made of large, smooth flagstones, worn down by centuries of quiet footsteps. They are cool to the touch, a steady and grounding presence. Along one wall, at long, graceful intervals, candles flicker in iron sconces. Their small flames are the only source of warm light, and they burn with a steady, unwavering glow, as if the air itself is holding its breath. The light from each candle does not travel far. It pools on the stone wall, creating a soft halo of gold and amber, and then spills onto the floor, illuminating a circle of pale stone before being swallowed by the deep, soft shadows that fill the rest of the space. The flames dance, but only just. A slow, gentle sway, a liquid movement that makes the shadows lengthen and retreat in a silent, rhythmic pulse. It is a slow, hypnotic dance of light and dark, one that has been repeated every night for longer than anyone can remember. The corridor stretches on, its end lost in darkness. The vaulted ceiling high above is a web of shadows, the arches meeting in points that are barely visible. There is a sense of immense space, of solid, enduring structure, but it is not overwhelming. It is protective, enclosing. The thick stone walls hold the silence in, keeping the night quiet and safe. As you drift along this corridor, there's no sound from your own movement. It is as if you are part of the stillness itself. You pass by a tall, arched opening, a break in the solid wall that looks out into a cloister. You pause here, in the deep shadow of the archway, looking out into the open square. The cloister is a perfect square of night. A covered walkway, supported by slender stone columns, frames a small central garden. The moon is high, and its pale, silver light washes over the scene, a cool counterpoint to the warm candlelight of the corridor behind you. The moonlight touches the tops of the arches, traces the lines of the columns, and spills onto the stone path of the walkway. It makes the darkness in the corners of the cloister seem soft and velvety. In the centre of the garden, the moonlight catches on the leaves of a simple, well-tended herb garden, turning them a ghostly silver. There is no wind. Every leaf is perfectly still. The air here smells different, of damp earth and the faint, clean scent of night-blooming flowers. It is a cool, fresh breath of air that mingles with the scent of wax and stone from the corridor. Time seems to have stopped here. The scene is a painting, a memory, a moment held in perfect stillness. The moon hangs in the dark sky. The stones are cool and silent. The shadows are deep and peaceful. There is a feeling of immense, quiet continuity. The routines of this place, the walking and the chanting, the reading and the praying, have all been put to rest. All that remains is the space itself, breathing quietly under the night sky. You turn from the cloister and continue your slow drift. The corridor feels the same ahead as it did behind. The same pattern of candle, stone, and shadow repeats, a gentle, lulling rhythm. You pass another doorway, this one heavy and wooden, standing slightly ajar. A sliver of light escapes from within, and you can see a glimpse of the scriptorium. You do not enter. You simply observe from the threshold. Inside, long wooden desks stand in silent rows. The room is empty. The air is still. The faint scent of old paper, dry ink, and worn wood hangs in the space, a ghost of the day's quiet labour. On one desk, a single thick book lies open, its pages filled with elegant, careful script. The moonlight from a high window slants across the room, falling over the desks and the floor, painting a long, pale rectangle of light in the darkness. The wood of the desks is dark and smooth, polished by countless hands over countless years. You can almost feel the history held within them, the memory of quiet concentration, of pens scratching softly on parchment, of pages being turned with reverence. All that activity is now just an echo, a feeling left behind in the wood and the air. The scriptorium is at rest, its purpose fulfilled for the day, now simply a space of profound and waiting quiet. You drift away from the doorway, back into the main corridor. The deep, resonant tone of the bell sounds again. It is the same sound as before, a single, perfect note that expands to fill the space. It washes over you, through you, a wave of pure, low sound. It does not startle, it soothes. It is the heartbeat of the monastery, slow and steady and deep. As the sound fades, you notice the way the small candle flames in their sconces tremble just slightly, a sympathetic vibration, before returning to their steady, quiet burning. The silence that follows is complete. It is not an absence of sound, but a presence in itself. It is a heavy, soft blanket that covers everything. You can hear your own breath, a slow, quiet rhythm, in and out, the air moving gently, a tide of stillness. The world has been reduced to these simple elemental things: the cool stone, the soft light, the deep darkness, and the steady, easy rhythm of your own breathing. The details of the corridor begin to soften. The sharp edges of the stone blocks blur into the shadows. The individual flames of the candles merge into a general sense of warm, gentle light. The distinction between the corridor, the cloister, and the scriptorium begins to dissolve. It is all one space now, one continuous feeling of peace. Stone, moonlight, candlelight, shadow, and silence, they are all interwoven, a seamless tapestry of rest. The feeling of coolness from the floor is a constant, steady anchor. The gentle warmth that radiates from the distant candles is a soft comfort. The deep, velvety darkness holds no fear, only a sense of boundless peace, a space in which to let go. Your awareness drifts from the stone and the light, turning further inward. You feel the gentle weight of your body, the feeling of being completely supported, completely at rest. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go. There is only this moment and the next, each one a perfect continuation of the quiet. The rhythm of your breath is the only movement in this still world. A slow, easy inhale, filling your lungs with the cool, clean air. A long, soft exhale, releasing everything, letting it all dissolve into the quiet. Each breath is a gentle wave, rising and falling, washing away the last remnants of thought, leaving only a sense of peaceful, empty presence. The distant bell is a memory now, a low hum that exists somewhere at the edge of hearing, or perhaps only in the feeling of the stones. The candlelight is a soft glow behind your closed eyes. The moonlight is a feeling of coolness on your skin. Everything is becoming simpler, softer, more abstract. There is only the darkness, deep and welcoming. There is only the silence, full and peaceful. There is only the breath, moving in and out, a slow, steady rhythm. Inhale and exhale, the coolness of the stone, the softness of the shadow, the deep, deep quiet. The night deepens, but time is irrelevant. There is no before, no after. There is only this continuous quiet presence, a state of being, not doing, a gentle floating in a sea of tranquility. The stone is still, the air is still, the light is a memory, the sound is a feeling, breathing in the quiet, breathing out the stillness. The world softens and dissolves, the quiet remains, the stillness continues, the breath flows on, and on, and on. The air is still and holds the deep, quiet scent of pine. It's a scent that has settled into the very wood of the sheltered lodge, a fragrance of resin and earth and time. The walls around are dark and solid, but they feel less like a barrier and more like a gentle embrace, a continuation of the forest itself. The grain of the wood is a landscape of slow-growing years, a silent story of sun and rain, winter and spring. There is a softness here, a quiet that sinks into everything, muting the edges of the world. Outside, and also somehow inside, is the forest floor. It isn't something you see with sharp clarity, but something you feel, a deep and yielding presence. It is a tapestry woven from centuries of fallen pine needles, creating a cushion so deep and soft that it absorbs all sound, all hurry, all weight. It is the foundation of this profound quiet, a floor of utter softness that invites rest. Upon this floor, and climbing the stones by the foundation, and tracing the bark of the ancient pines, is the moss. The moss is a deep and living velvet, 100 shades of green, from the dark of the deep woods to the bright emerald of a sunlit patch. But here, in this gentle, dim light, It is mostly a soft, cool darkness. It holds the dampness of the evening air, the memory of the last rain. It grows without a sound, a slow, patient blanket covering stone and soil and fallen branches. The air smells of it, a clean, earthy fragrance that speaks of deep shade and pure water. It is the colour of tranquility, the texture of peace, and through it all, a constant, gentle thread of sound. The creek. It is not a rushing or a roaring, but a murmur, a soft, liquid whisper that has been flowing for so long that it has become part of the silence. It is a sound that doesn't ask for attention, but simply is. A cool, silver sound that seems to wash the air, carrying away the edges of thought, smoothing them down like stones in its current. The sound is everywhere and nowhere at once. It comes from the trees, from the ground, from the air itself. It is the gentle pulse of this quiet place, a rhythm to which your own breath can slow and deepen and find its own easy pace. The great pines stand as silent guardians. They are not individual trees so much as a presence, a vast, breathing canopy that filters the sky. Any light that passes through them is softened, dappled, and made gentle. They are the source of the scent in the air, the soft carpet on the ground. Their presence is a feeling of being sheltered, of being held within something ancient and immense and deeply calm. Their slow, imperceptible life is a comfort, a reminder that not everything needs to move quickly. They simply are, reaching for a sky you can no longer see, rooted in an earth you can feel holding you. There is no need to move, no place to go. This single space holds everything, the warmth and shelter of the wooden lodge, the deep softness of the forest floor, the living velvet of the moss, the silent watch of the pines, and the ceaseless gentle murmur of the creek. They are not separate things, but notes in a single quiet chord that plays on and on. The boundary between the lodge and the forest has blurred, has dissolved. The cool air that drifts in carries the scent of moss and damp earth, and it feels like the forest itself is breathing into the room. The wooden walls seem to hum with the same low frequency as the creek, a gentle, resonant vibration that you can feel more than hear. Time itself has softened here. There is no past, no future. There is only the gentle continuity of the now. The sound of the water has always been flowing. The pines have always been standing. The moss has always been growing. Each moment is not a step forward, but a deepening of what is already here. A sinking deeper into the quiet, into the softness. The mind, which so often races ahead or looks behind, can finally settle. There is nothing to anticipate, nothing to remember. There is only the soft, green, quiet presence of the forest retreat. The weight of the body feels good, a pleasant heaviness that connects you to the soft floor, to the earth beneath. It is a feeling of being securely held, of being allowed to let go completely. Every muscle can release, every thought can drift away on the sound of the creek. The air is cool on the skin, a gentle touch that is both refreshing and calming. It is the breath of the forest, clean and pure. Breathing in, the scent of pine and moss. Breathing out, a release of all that is held, all that is tense. A slow, easy rhythm. In and out, a rhythm that matches the gentle murmur of the water, the slow, silent life of the trees. The details of the room, of the forest, begin to fade. The sharp lines of the wooden beams overhead soften into shadow. The distinct shapes of the pine boughs outside blur into a dark, soft mass. The world is reduced to its simplest, most comforting elements, the feeling of warmth and shelter, the scent of the deep woods, the constant soothing sound of water, the feeling of your own breath moving in and out, a quiet anchor in the stillness. The sound of the creek is no longer just a sound. It is a feeling of coolness, a sense of being cleansed and carried. It flows through the mind, washing away the debris of the day, leaving only a clean, quiet space. The scent of pine is no longer just a scent. It is a feeling of peace, of ancient calm. It fills the lungs, and with each breath it seems to deepen the sense of tranquility. The darkness is not empty but full. It is full of the presence of the forest, of the soft earth, of the gentle air. It is a comforting blanket, a safe and quiet space in which to rest. The separation between things continues to dissolve. The feeling of the soft moss and the feeling of your own body relaxing become one and the same. The sound of the water and the rhythm of your own heartbeat begin to merge. There is no longer an inside and an outside. There is only this one continuous space of deep, gentle rest. The lodge, the forest, the creek, the air, and you are all part of the same quiet, breathing whole. Everything is connected in this peaceful stillness. The mind drifts, untethered. Thoughts may arise, but they are like clouds in a vast, quiet sky. They appear for a moment, soft and indistinct, and then they drift on, dissolving back into the quiet blue. They have no weight, no urgency. They are just passing phenomena in a space of deep calm. The attention returns without effort to the breath, to the sound of the water, to the feeling of being held, safe and secure. The murmur of the creek continues its endless song. It is a lullaby sung by the earth itself, a song of stone and water, of time and tranquility. It is a sound that requires nothing, that promises nothing, that simply offers its own peaceful continuity. It is a sound to sink into, to float upon, to let carry you into a deeper and deeper state of rest. The world narrows now to just this sound and the feeling of breath, just the sound, a soft flowing murmur, constant, gentle, just the breath, a slow, easy rhythm, in and out. The body is heavy and warm, the mind is quiet and still. The scent of the forest is a faint, pleasant memory. The feeling of the soft moss is a deep comfort. Everything is slowing down. Everything is becoming simpler. The sound of water, the feeling of breath, the deep, quiet dark. There is nothing else, nothing needed. The gentle flow of the creek carries everything away. All that remains is peace, a deep and profound peace. The peace of the ancient forest, the peace of the sheltered lodge, the peace of a mind allowed to be still, sinking now, deeper into the softness, deeper into the quiet. The sound is a gentle current, the breath is a soft wave, drifting, floating, letting go. The forest breathes, the lodge is quiet, the creek flows on. All is well, all is calm, all is still. Just rest now, just quiet, just sleep. The afternoon light, thick and gold, slants through the high-arched windows of the scriptorium. It illuminates a million motes of dust, tiny particles of paper and dried ink and pollen dancing in the still air. The light falls across the long, heavy desks of dark wood, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of focused work. On one desk, a hand steadies a sheet of vellum, the skin stretched taut and pale. The fingers are smudged with the faint grey of dried ink. A goose quill, its tip precisely sharpened, moves across the page. It leaves behind a trail of deep black, a line of script that curves and straightens with practised ease. The only sound is the faint, dry whisper of the nib on the parchment, a sound like rustling leaves. Further down the same long table another scribe works. This one is copying a pattern of interlaced vines onto the border of a page. A tiny brush, its bristles no wider than a blade of grass, is dipped into a small ceramic pot of lapis blue. With immense care the brush is touched to the vellum, filling in a sliver of empty space within the twisting design. The blue is as deep and vibrant as a summer sky. Next to it, a pot of red ochre waits, and another of viridian green. There is no hurry. Each movement is deliberate, measured, a small and quiet act of creation. The air smells of old wood, the faint metallic tang of the ink, and the dry, clean scent of paper and parchment. The light from the windows begins to soften, its gold deepening to a warm orange. The shadows in the corners of the room grow longer, stretching out from the legs of the heavy desks and the tall, silent bookcases that line the walls. The work continues at its steady, unhurried pace. A page is turned, the thick vellum making a soft, leathery sigh. A quill is dipped into an inkwell, a small, wet click. The rhythmic scratching and whispering fills the vast, quiet space. Outside the tall windows, the sky is turning a dusty rose, the first hint of twilight. The birds in the cloister garden have begun their evening calls, a scattered and gentle chorus that barely penetrates the thick stone walls. Then a single, clear tone rises from the bell tower. It is not a loud or urgent sound, but a deep and resonant one. It hangs in the high-ceilinged room, vibrating in the wood of the rafters and the stone of the floor. As the sound fades into silence, the quills are lifted from the pages. The tiny brushes are set down. There is a collective, unspoken pause, a moment of stillness as the day's labour comes to its designated end. Slowly, methodically, the tools are put away. A small square of linen dabs at the wet ink on a freshly finished line, blotting it carefully. The nib of a quill is wiped clean, its delicate point protected. Lids are placed back on the pots of pigment, sealing the vibrant colours in darkness. A heavy book, its cover bound in dark leather, is closed with a soft thud. The sound is absorbed by the immense quiet of the room. The routine is ancient, practised, each movement flowing into the next without thought. Figures rise from the wooden benches, their forms cloaked in dark, heavy wool. The fabric rustles softly, a sound like a low wind. At the front of the room, a single tall candle burns in a heavy iron stand. One by one, the figures approach it. A long, thin taper of wood is lit from the central flame. The small fire sputters for a moment before catching a bright yellow teardrop of light. This taper is then used to light a small handheld candle held in a simple clay dish. The flame is transferred and the first figure turns, their small light casting a gentle, flickering glow. Another follows, and then another, each lighting their own candle from the one before, a chain of light being passed in the growing dimness. The procession moves towards the great wooden door of the scriptorium. The door opens with a low groan of old hinges, revealing a long corridor beyond. The air that flows in is cooler, carrying the scent of cold stone and dampness. The line of figures, each holding their small protected flame, steps out of the scriptorium and into the passage. The door swings shut behind them, its heavy latch clicking into place, leaving the desks and the ink and the half-finished pages to the darkness. The corridor is a long passage of cool stone. The flagstones underfoot are worn smooth and slightly uneven, polished by the passage of countless feet. The walls are rough-hewn blocks of granite, their surfaces cold to the touch. High above, the ceiling is a vaulted arch of stone, lost in the deep shadows beyond the reach of the candlelight. The small flames, carried in a slow-moving line, do not illuminate the whole space. Instead, they create small moving pools of warm light. Each flame throws a soft glow on the face and hands of the one who carries it, and on the back of the figure ahead. The light softens the hard edges of the stone, making the shadows dance and sway. The only sound is the soft, rhythmic slide of leather sandals on the stone floor. It is a gentle, shuffling sound, a collective footfall that echoes slightly in the long, enclosed space. The air is still and heavy. It smells of the centuries, of beeswax from the candles, of the faint, earthy scent of the stone itself, and a hint of incense from a distant chapel, so faint it is almost imaginary. The line of small lights continues down the corridor, a slow-moving river of fire in the dark. The flames waver and dip with the movement of the air, casting long, distorted shadows that climb the walls and then shrink back again. The procession passes an open archway, a tall, unadorned opening in the stone wall. Through the arch, the cloister garden is visible, now deep in the blue twilight. A breath of damp evening air drifts into the corridor, cool and fresh. It carries the scent of wet earth and the sharp, clean fragrance of herbs planted in the central square. For a moment, the gentle splash and fall of a fountain can be heard from the centre of the garden, a constant liquid murmur. Then the archway is behind, and the sounds of the garden fade, replaced again by the quiet shuffle of feet on stone. The corridor turns, bending into another long, straight passage identical to the last. The routine is unbroken. The pace is steady, unhurried. Each person walks in the light of their own candle, and the shadow of the one before. The warmth from the small flame barely touches the skin, a hint of heat in the cool air. The melted wax pools in the clay dish, clear and liquid. The line of light stretches ahead into the darkness, and behind it follows in perfect succession. There is no beginning and no end to it, only the steady, forward motion. The walls are bare, a canvas of grey stone. The candlelight catches on the occasional seam of quartz in the rock, which glimmers for a second before the light moves on. The air is silent enough to hear the tiny, almost inaudible hiss of the candle wicks burning. The collective presence is a quiet one, a shared journey through the dark passages. The world has shrunk to this corridor, to the small circle of light, to the sound of footsteps and the scent of wax. Another footstep, another pool of light on the floor. The corridor stretches on into the quiet dark, and the small flames move steadily forward. The last bell has sounded. Its final resonant tone fades into the evening air, leaving behind a profound quiet. The day's routine is complete. The work is done. All that remains is the slow, gentle descent into night and rest. The air in the stone cloisters is cool and still, carrying the faint, clean scent of damp stone and the distant memory of rain. Your footsteps make no sound on the worn flagstones as you move through the arched walkway. The central courtyard is a square of deep indigo sky, a single star just beginning to show. There is a sense of everything settling, everything finding its final place for the night. The rhythm of the day has unwound. The focused energy of the scriptorium has softened into stillness. The great wooden desks stand empty and silent in the dark, the scent of ink and old parchment and wood smoke lingering like a memory of the day's labour. The chairs are pushed in, the books are closed, everything is in its place, waiting for the morning light. There is a deep peace in this completion, a sense that all has been done that needed to be done. The mind can let go of the day, of its tasks and its thoughts. It can release it all into the quiet of the monastery at night. You turn from the cloister into a long, straight corridor. It is lit by a few candles placed in niches along the stone walls. The flames flicker and dance, casting long, soft shadows that move like slow water. The light is a warm, golden honey against the cool grey stone. It pools on the floor in front of you, showing the way. Each step is slow, deliberate, unhurried. There is nowhere else to be. There is nothing else to do. This is the final part of the routine, the gentle walk toward rest. The air here is warmer, thick with the scent of melting beeswax. It is a comforting, familiar smell, the smell of evening, of quiet, of sanctuary. The silence is not empty. It is filled with the soft, almost imperceptible sounds of a building at rest, the gentle sigh of a draught in a far-off corner, the quiet flicker of a candle flame, the immense, heavy stillness of the ancient stone walls. These walls have held centuries of silence, centuries of quiet routines just like this one. You can feel that deep history in the air, a sense of stability and peace that sinks into your bones. Your breathing is slow and even, falling into rhythm with the quiet pulse of the sleeping monastery. Each breath in is cool and clean. Each breath out is a release, a letting go. The candlelight glides over the surface of the stone, revealing its texture, its age. The shadows lengthen and shorten as you pass each flame. Your own shadow walks beside you, a soft, indistinct form. The world outside these walls fades away. The concerns of the day dissolve. Here, in this candlelit corridor, there is only the simple reality of stone and light, of breath and stillness. The routine has carried you through the day, and now it carries you into rest, a quiet and simple path. Your body feels the pull of sleep. A pleasant weight settles in your limbs. Your shoulders soften, releasing any tension they held. Your footsteps are slow, your movements gentle. The path of light on the floor is a guide, a soft invitation to continue onward, deeper into the quiet. The echo of the final bell still seems to hang in the air, not as a sound, but as a feeling, a vibration of peace, a signal that the time for watchfulness is over. The time for rest has come. The corridor seems to stretch on, but it is not a long journey. It is a slow, meditative passage. Each step is a step away from the day. Each breath is a breath closer to sleep. The stone is cool. The candlelight is warm. The silence is deep. The routine is complete. The mind grows quiet, mirroring the stillness of the scriptorium desks. The body grows heavy, grounded, like the ancient stones of the cloister. Everything is slowing down. Everything is settling. The light from the candles seems softer now. The flames burn steadily without a flicker. The shadows are still and deep. The air is heavy with peace, heavy with the promise of sleep. The day is done. The work is finished. The mind is quiet. The body is ready for rest. There is only this gentle, quiet space. This warm, golden light. This deep, profound stillness. The quiet deepens. The light softens. The world narrows to this simple, peaceful moment. The stone walls hold you. The quiet holds you. The routine is done. All is well. All is calm. Letting go of the day. Letting go of thought. The cool stone. The warm light. The quiet. The stillness. The day is done. The routine is complete. All is quiet now. All is still. Breathing in. Breathing out. Softly. Slowly. Rest now. Just rest. Quiet. Still. Sleep. The train moves on, a steady and constant presence in the deep of the night. A gentle rocking, a steady sway, carries you along in the quiet darkness. You are settled deep in your sleeper berth, a small, safe world of your own. The only sound is the soft, constant hum of the wheels on the rails, a deep and rhythmic song that has been playing for hours and will play for hours more. It is the sound of the journey, the sound of the night itself. Back and forth, a gentle sway, side to side, a soothing motion. The train breathes a long, slow rhythm, and you feel yourself breathing with it, a slow and easy breath in, and a long, soft breath out. The blankets are heavy and warm around you, a gentle weight that settles you deeper into the mattress. The pillow is cool and soft beneath your head. There is nothing to do but rest, to feel the gentle sway of the train as it makes its way through the sleeping countryside. The motion is predictable, a gentle cradle rocking you through the night. It is a constant, a reliable rhythm that soothes and calms. The world outside is a soft blur of darkness, and here, inside, you are cocooned in warmth and stillness, carried along by the steady momentum of the journey. A thin sliver of pale light rests on the floor, a quiet, unchanging line from the dim corridor just beyond your door. It is a soft, warm light, a silent companion in the darkness of your cabin. It does not move, it does not flicker. It is simply there, a steady anchor in the moving world. The darkness in the berth is not complete, but a soft, deep blue, the colour of a moonless midnight. Your eyes, adjusted to the dimness, can just make out the simple shapes of the cabin, all softened and rounded by the shadows. Everything is still, except for the constant gentle motion of the train, and the sound continues. The deep hum of the rails is a constant lullaby. It is a sound you can feel as much as hear, a low vibration that travels up through the floor of the car, through the frame of your berth, a gentle thrum that resonates deep within. It is the sound of progress, of distance being covered while you rest. Woven into this deep hum is the soft, percussive rhythm of the wheels, a steady click-clack, click-clack, a metallic heartbeat marking the passage of time, marking the journey onward into the night. Outside the window the world is a wash of deep grey and black. Now and then a distant light appears, a single, lonely point of gold from a farmhouse porch, awake long after everyone else has gone to sleep. It appears, holds for a moment, and then glides silently past, swallowed again by the darkness. Then another, perhaps a small cluster of lights from a sleeping town, a brief constellation on the horizon. They are soft and distant, like memories of places, and they ask nothing of you. They simply appear, and then fade, a gentle, silent procession in the night. Your reflection is a faint ghost on the glass, superimposed over the fleeting landscape, a quiet observer of the world gliding by. The train sways, a long and easy motion to the left, and then a slow and gentle return to the right. It is a rhythm that your body knows, a rhythm that encourages you to let go. With every sway, you feel yourself sinking a little deeper into the soft mattress, letting the motion carry you. There is no effort required, no thought needed. You are simply being carried, rocked gently in this moving sanctuary. The soft hum of the rails fills the air, a constant and reassuring presence. It never wavers. It never stops. It is the foundation of this quiet world, the song of the night train. The air in the cabin is still and cool. You can feel the gentle weight of the blankets, a comforting pressure that holds you securely. The fabric is soft against your skin. Every detail is one of comfort, of quiet solitude. The dim light from the corridor remains, a steady, pale line on the floor. It is a reminder of the quiet world of the train, the long, sleeping corridor, the other berths where others are also being carried through the night, each in their own small, quiet world. The train connects you all, a thread of motion and sound through the vast, dark landscape, and the rhythm of the wheels continues its steady beat, click-clack, click-clack. It is a sound so constant it almost becomes silence. It is the backdrop to your thoughts, a gentle percussion that allows the mind to soften and drift. There are no sharp noises, no sudden changes, just the predictable, circular song of the journey. The deep thrum of the engine is far away, a distant and muffled drone, but here in your berth the primary sound is the song of the wheels on the steel track, a sound that speaks of distance and movement, of going somewhere slowly and surely. You watch the distant lights again as they drift past the window, a string of streetlights on a deserted road, a brief chain of pearls that dissolves back into the darkness. A distant station approaches, not a place to stop, but a place to pass through. Its platforms are empty, bathed in a soft, hazy glow. The lights slide past the window, illuminating the cabin for a moment in a wash of pale orange, before you glide back into the familiar, comforting darkness. The station is gone as quickly as it came, a fleeting dream of a place, and the train continues on its path, back into the deep, quiet night. The gentle rocking motion continues, side to side, back and forth, a long, slow sway that feels like a deep breath. The train moves as one, a single entity gliding through the night, and you are a part of it, moving with it. You feel the slight vibration in the pillow beneath your head, a subtle reminder of the immense and gentle power that is carrying you onward. There is a profound sense of peace in this motion, in this surrender to the journey. You are not guiding it, you are simply allowing it to happen, allowing yourself to be transported. The hum of the rails is always there, a deep, resonant tone that fills the quiet spaces. It is a sound that holds you, a sound that is both ancient and immediate. It is the sound of the train's purpose, its steady travel from one point in the darkness to another. It is a sound that promises continuity, that promises the journey will go on just like this, for as long as you need it to. It is a sound to rest upon, a solid foundation of noise in the quiet of the night. The blankets remain a heavy, comforting weight. The berth holds you, a secure and gentle embrace. The sliver of light from the corridor is a constant, unchanging presence on the floor. It is a quiet beacon in the soft darkness. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. The world is reduced to these simple, soothing sensations, the motion, the sound, the warmth, the dim light. There is nothing else, nothing to consider, nothing to solve, only the gentle, ongoing reality of the night train. The train leans into a long, slow curve. The sway changes slightly, becoming a more sustained, gentle pressure, holding you against one side of the berth for a long moment. The sound of the wheels changes too, a slightly higher, more melodic tone as they press against the rail. Then just as slowly, the train straightens out, and the familiar, even sway returns. The sound settles back into its deep, rhythmic hum. This small variation is part of the rhythm, part of the predictable, gentle dance of the journey. It is a reminder that the path is long and winding, but the motion is always smooth, always carrying you forward. Outside, the darkness is absolute for a time. No lights, no towns, just the vast, unseen expanse of the night. In these moments, the window becomes a perfect mirror, reflecting the deep, soft shadows of your cabin. You see the faint outline of the blankets, the gentle rise and fall of your own breathing. The train is a self-contained universe, a bubble of warmth and gentle sound moving through a silent, sleeping world. The journey is inward as much as it is outward, a journey into deep rest and quiet. And then a light appears again, a single, distant beacon. It grows slowly brighter, holds its place for a moment, and then begins its slow glide past your window, eventually fading into the darkness behind you. The procession of lights and darkness is endless, a slow and hypnotic pattern. Each light is a small passing thought, appearing for a moment before drifting away, replaced by the calm and quiet darkness. There is no need to hold on to any of them. You can simply watch them come and go, carried along by the steady rhythm of the train. The hum of the rails continues, a deep and endless sound. The gentle sway continues, a rocking motion that never ceases. You are held in this rhythm, a part of this journey. The train moves on, deeper and deeper into the night, and you move with it, carried toward the soft horizon of sleep. The click-clack of the wheels is a steady, soothing beat. The warmth of the blankets is a gentle, heavy comfort. The darkness is soft and peaceful, and the train moves on, its soft rail hum a lullaby for the long and quiet night. The motion is constant, a gentle rocking side to side. The journey continues, onward through the dark. The day is done. The last of the bells has sounded, its final note fading into the cool stone of the walls. Here in the scriptorium, a deep and profound quiet has settled. It is a quiet that feels ancient, woven from centuries of silent work and peaceful contemplation. You are sitting at a heavy wooden desk, one of many that line the long, high-ceilinged room. But tonight, it feels as though this is the only desk, the only chair, the only small pool of light in a vast and gentle darkness. A single candle burns on the corner of your desk. Its flame is a small, steady teardrop of gold, unwavering in the still air. The light it casts is soft and warm, pooling on the surface of the wood, making the grain glow with a rich, honeyed colour. Your hands are resting on the desk, palms down, feeling the smooth, worn surface. The wood is cool to the touch, polished by the hands and arms of many who have sat here before, in this same quiet, under the light of a similar candle. You can feel the history in the wood, the faint indentations and gentle slopes worn into it over countless hours of peaceful labour. The light from your candle does not reach the far corners of the room. It pushes the darkness back just enough to create a small, safe haven of warmth and light. The other desks are lost in shadow, their shapes softened into low, sleeping forms. The high, vaulted ceiling is a deep and endless darkness above, and the stone floor stretches away into obscurity. The shadows cast by your own form are long and soft, moving with the slightest shift of your body, dancing a slow and silent dance on the wall behind you. Your gaze drifts to the tall, arched window beside the desk. It is a deep opening in the thick stone wall, looking out onto the central cloister. The moon is high tonight, and its pale, silvery light washes over the inner courtyard. You can see the covered walkway that runs along all four sides of the garden, its stone floor gleaming with a soft, milky sheen. The repeating arches of the cloister create a beautiful rhythm of light and shadow, a pattern of serene and silent geometry. One arch is illuminated, the next is a deep velvety darkness, and the next is light again, a steady and predictable pulse. Beyond the arches, in the centre of the courtyard, is a small garden. The plants are still and dark, their leaves heavy with the cool night air. You cannot make out the individual flowers or herbs, only their soft collective shapes, a low mound of living stillness in the heart of the stone monastery. The moonlight catches the edge of a leaf here and there, a tiny glint of silver in the darkness. Everything is peaceful. Everything is at rest. The world of the garden is sleeping under the moon. A soft sound draws your attention back to the room. It is the gentle whisper of the candle flame, a tiny, almost imperceptible hiss as the wax is consumed, as light is born from stillness. You watch the flame for a long moment. It sways, just a little, a slow and graceful dance. The golden heart of the flame is bright and clear, surrounded by a softer, more transparent halo of light. It is a small, living thing in the vast quiet of the monastery. Its warmth reaches you, a gentle heat on your face and hands, a small comfort in the cool night air. The scent in the air is a subtle blend of old things. There is the faint, dry smell of paper and old parchment, the sharper, earthy scent of dried ink, and underneath it all the sweet, warm fragrance of beeswax from the slowly melting candle. These are the smells of the scriptorium, the familiar scents of a day spent in quiet focus. Now, in the stillness of the night, they are just a gentle reminder of the peaceful routine, a scent that speaks of purpose and calm. Your breathing is slow and even. You can feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest, a quiet rhythm that has joined the stillness of the room. Each breath in is cool and fresh, carrying the scent of stone and wax. Each breath out is warm and soft, dissolving into the quiet air. The sound of your own breathing is a steady, reassuring presence, a reminder of the life that is held within this peaceful place. In and out, a slow, gentle tide. From far away, a single bell chimes. It is not the call to prayer or to work. It is one of the deep, resonant bells that marks the passing of the late hours. The sound is low and full, a deep bronze note that travels through the thick stone walls to find you. It does not startle you. It feels like a part of the silence itself. The note hangs in the air for a long moment, a deep, vibrating hum that you can feel in your chest, in the solid wood of the desk beneath your hands. Then slowly, so slowly it fades. It dissolves back into the quiet, leaving behind a silence that feels even deeper, even more complete than before. You look back out the window at the cloister. Nothing has changed. The moonlight still bathes the stone walkway. The arches still repeat their perfect, silent rhythm of light and shadow. The garden in the centre is still and dark. It is a scene of absolute tranquillity, a picture of perfect peace that has remained unchanged for centuries and will remain so for centuries to come. The predictability of it is deeply calming. The stone is always solid. The arches are always standing. The moon in its time will always return to shine upon them. The coolness of the stone sill of the window is near your arm. You can feel its ancient chill, a deep cold that has soaked into the very heart of the rock over long, cold nights. It is a grounding sensation, a connection to the solid, enduring structure of the monastery. This building is a fortress of peace, its thick walls keeping the noise and hurry of the world at bay. Inside these walls, time seems to move differently. It does not rush. It flows like a slow, deep river. You turn your attention back to the candle. The small flame continues its gentle, silent dance. It flickers, and for a moment the shadows on the wall behind you leap and sway, growing and shrinking in a soft, fluid motion. Then the flame steadies again, and the shadows return to their gentle stillness. The pool of light on the desk seems to warm and brighten, then soften again. It is a living light, breathing in the quiet room, a small, golden anchor in the peaceful dark. Your body feels heavy and relaxed in the chair. The day's quiet routine is complete. There's nothing left to do, nowhere left to go. There is only this moment, this place, this deep and abiding stillness. The weight of your arms rests on the desk. The weight of your body is held by the chair. The feeling of letting go, of allowing yourself to be supported, sinks deep into your muscles. A sense of ease spreads through you, a gentle unwinding. The air is so still you can almost hear the silence. It is not an empty silence, but a full one. It is filled with the presence of the ancient stones, the sleeping garden, the patient wood of the desk. It is filled with the soft light of the candle and the pale light of the moon. It is a silence that holds you, a soft blanket of peace. You notice the small details again, letting your mind drift from one to the other. The smooth, cool surface of the desk, the gentle, persistent warmth of the candlelight, the deep, velvety shadows in the corners of the room, the repeating pattern of the cloister arches outside the window, the pale, serene light of the moon on the stone floor. Each detail is a small, quiet anchor, holding you in this state of calm. The cycle of observation is gentle and predictable. The candle flame, the desk, the window, the cloister, the moonlight, the shadows. There is nothing new to see, nothing to analyze. There is only the quiet noticing of what is. The flame sways, the wood is smooth, the stone is still, the moonlight is pale, the repetition is soothing, like a gentle lullaby for the mind. Your eyelids feel heavy. The golden light of the candle seems to soften, its edges blurring slightly. The world outside the window, the moonlit cloister, seems to recede, becoming a beautiful, distant dream. The primary sensations are the ones closest to you, the feeling of the chair supporting you, the warmth of the air on your skin, the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing. The distant bell sounds again, another hour passing in the deep of the night. The single low note rolls through the scriptorium, washing over you. It is a familiar, comforting sound now. You wait for it to fade, feeling the vibration lessen, feeling the deep hum dissolve until only the profound, peaceful silence remains. The silence that follows the bell is a space for rest, a space for letting go. The candle continues its faithful watch. It has burned down a little lower, a small pool of liquid wax shimmering around the base of the wick. The flame is constant, a small beacon of warmth. It asks for nothing. It simply is. Its gentle light illuminates the small space around you, a circle of calm in the vast, quiet monastery. The shadows it casts are like soft, dark water, pooling in the corners and under the desk. You can feel the quiet routine of the monastery in the very air. The rhythm of prayer and work, silence and bells, has soaked into the stones, into the wood, into the very fabric of this place. And now is the time for the deepest quiet of all. The time when the whole community is at rest, when the great building itself seems to breathe a long, slow sigh of peace. You are a part of that peace. Your slow breathing is a part of the monastery's slow breath. Your focus softens. The edges of the desk, the window, the room, all begin to blur together. What remains is the feeling of warmth, the feeling of stillness, the gentle golden glow of the candlelight. The world narrows to these simple, soothing sensations. The mind has nothing to hold on to, nothing to do, and so it begins to drift. It drifts on the slow, even tide of your breath. It drifts in the soft, warm light of the candle. The cloister outside is a permanent image of peace. The moonlight on the stone, the silent arches, the sleeping garden. It is there, just outside the window, a constant and serene presence. You do not need to look at it to know it is there. You can feel its stillness, its ancient calm, reaching you through the thick stone walls. The quiet continues. The candle flame continues to burn, a small golden point of light in the darkness. The shadows continue to lie soft and deep in the corners. Your breath continues to move in and out, a slow and steady rhythm. There is nothing to disturb this peace. There is only the gentle circular flow of the moment, repeating itself over and over. The soft light, the deep quiet, the feeling of rest. The light flickers gently, the shadows sway, the quiet deepens and the night goes on. Here, in the deep quiet of the cabin, the world outside fades away. There is only the steady, gentle reality of this room, this warmth, this stillness. The air is filled with a comfortable warmth, a soft and heavy heat that comes from the iron stove in the corner. It is a living warmth, breathing softly into the space, pressing gently against your skin. It fills the small cabin from the wooden floor to the angled ceiling, creating a pocket of deep and unwavering comfort. Outside, the snow continues to fall, a silent and endless cascade of white. But here, inside, there is only the calm, the quiet, and the warmth. The only light comes from the stove, a soft orange glow that pulses with the slow rhythm of the fire within. It is not a bright light, but a deep and gentle one, the colour of embers and honey. This soft light washes over the wooden walls, making the grain of the pine stand out in warm, flowing patterns. It catches on the simple furniture, softening every edge, every line. The light flickers and sways, a slow and silent dance that is endlessly watchable, endlessly calming. It is a rhythm for your eyes to follow, a slow pulse that matches the quiet beat of your own heart. The world is reduced to this gentle, flickering light and the profound darkness that it holds at bay. Through the window you can see the snow. It falls without a sound, a thick and steady curtain of white. The flakes are large and soft, drifting down in a slow, unhurried descent. They seem to float rather than fall, carried on currents of air too gentle to perceive. They land on the branches of the pine trees, on the sill of the window, on the already deep blanket that covers the ground. The world outside is being transformed, its sharp edges and dark colours smoothed over and softened into a single, luminous white. The falling snow muffles all sound, absorbing the echoes of the world and leaving behind a deep and profound silence. The only sound that remains is the gentle crackle from the stove, a sound that speaks of warmth and safety. You can feel the soft weight of a wool blanket, heavy and comforting. It is draped over you, a gentle pressure that feels like a secure embrace. The wool is thick and soft, its texture a rustic comfort against your skin. It has absorbed the warmth from the room, holding the heat from the stove and wrapping you in it. This warmth is not just on the surface, but seems to sink deep, loosening every muscle, soothing every thought. The weight of the blanket is grounding, a steady and constant presence that helps you to feel settled, to feel still. There is nothing to do but rest here, under the soft weight of the wool, cocooned in this deep and gentle warmth. The air you breathe is warm, scented with the faint, clean fragrance of pine resin from the cabin's log walls, and the dry, smoky perfume of the fire. The fire in the stove settles, the logs shifting with a soft sigh and a gentle pop. A shower of tiny bright sparks dances up inside the iron box before vanishing. The glow brightens for a moment, and the warmth in the room seems to deepen, to become even more present. It is a steady, reliable warmth, the heart of the cabin's calm. It radiates outward in slow, invisible waves, filling every corner of the room. You can feel it on your face, a gentle heat that is deeply soothing. This warmth is a constant, a dependable anchor in the quiet of the night. It asks nothing of you, simply offering its steady comfort, its unwavering presence. The light from the fire paints slow, moving shadows on the ceiling, shadows that drift and merge with a lazy, hypnotic grace. Looking back at the window, you see the reflection of the fire, a small, dancing orange light floating in the glass. Beyond this reflection, the snow continues its silent, downward journey. The two images overlap, the warm, flickering light of the fire and the cold, silent motion of the snow. It creates a feeling of perfect separation, of being in a place of absolute safety and comfort, while the wild, cold world continues on outside. The snow is a beautiful, silent spectacle, a show being put on just for you, viewed from the best seat, wrapped in warmth. The sheer volume of snow is immense, yet it falls with such gentleness, such quiet purpose. Each flake is a tiny, intricate crystal, joining millions of others to create a vast landscape of softness and silence. The trees outside are heavy with it, their branches bowed under the soft white weight. You settle deeper under the wool blanket, letting its weight feel even more comforting. The fibres are soft, and the blanket holds the peaceful energy of the room within its folds. It is a simple, honest comfort. The feeling of being wrapped up, secure and warm, is one of the oldest and most reassuring feelings there is. It allows you to let go, to release the day, to simply be. Your breathing is slow and even, a quiet rhythm that joins the other rhythms of the room, the soft crackle of the fire, the slow dance of the light, the silent fall of the snow. Each breath in is warm and easy, and each breath out is a release, a letting go. There's a profound stillness here, a calm that sinks right into your bones. The cabin itself seems to be breathing around you, a slow, steady rhythm of peace. The scent of pine is subtle, a clean and woody fragrance that is part of the cabin itself. It is the scent of the massive logs that form the walls, warmed by the stove's heat. It mingles with the fainter, smokier scent of the burning wood, creating an aroma that is grounding and deeply calming. It is the scent of the forest brought inside, tamed and made gentle. It speaks of nature, of solid, ancient things. Breathing in this scent is like breathing in the stillness of the woods, the quiet patience of the trees. It is a scent that does not demand attention, but is simply there, a constant and reassuring part of the atmosphere, a background note in the symphony of calm. The fire shifts again, a log crumbling into a bed of glowing orange embers. The light in the room softens, becomes deeper, more subdued. The dancing flames are replaced by a steady, radiant pulse of light from the heart of the fire. This is a more settled light, a more settled warmth. It suggests a long and peaceful night ahead. The warmth is still just as present, a constant, gentle pressure in the air. It soaks into the wood of the walls, into the thick wool of the blanket, into you. It is a warmth that encourages rest, a heat that coaxes your body to sink deeper into stillness, deeper into comfort. The shadows in the room grow longer, softer. The world is simplifying, reducing itself to these essential elements: warmth, darkness, quiet, and comfort. The snow outside is a constant, a silent river flowing down from the dark sky. It has been falling for hours, and it will continue to fall for hours more. The world is being buried in a deep layer of quiet and white. The cabin feels like a ship on a silent white sea, perfectly still, perfectly secure. The window is a portal to that silent world, a view that is both beautiful and remote. There is no need to be out in it, no need to feel its cold. There is only the pleasure of watching it from this place of deep and abiding warmth. The contrast makes the warmth feel warmer, the quiet feel quieter, the safety feel more profound. The steady downward drift of the flakes is mesmerizing, a slow, repeating pattern that pulls your focus and quiets your mind. You can feel the stillness in the room as a tangible thing. It is not an empty stillness, but one that is full of peace. It is the stillness of a place that is exactly as it should be, with nothing out of order, nothing to be done. It is a stillness that invites you to join it, to become still yourself. Your body feels heavy and relaxed, sinking into the surface beneath you. The weight of the wool blanket feels reassuring, a gentle anchor holding you in this place of rest. Your thoughts, if they come at all, drift by as slowly and as silently as the snowflakes outside the window. They have no sharp edges, no urgency. They are just soft shapes floating through the quiet space of your mind, and then they are gone. The air is warm on your skin. The scent of pine and wood smoke is faint and pleasant. The light from the embers is a soft, steady glow. These are the constants of the room, the anchors of your calm. They repeat, they cycle, they remain. The warmth from the stove continues its steady radiation, a silent promise of comfort through the night. The embers pulse with a slow, deep rhythm, like a sleeping heart. The light they cast is just enough to see the familiar shapes of the room, all of them softened and at peace. The wooden walls seem to hold the warmth and the quiet, reflecting them back into the room. The entire cabin is a vessel of tranquility, holding this pocket of peace steady while the winter world turns outside. The soft wool of the blanket is a cocoon. It holds you, warm and secure, separate from everything else. There is only the feeling of its gentle weight and its deep-held warmth. It is a simple and profound comfort, a return to a feeling of being completely cared for, completely safe. You can let your body relax completely into this feeling, letting go of all tension, all effort. You are supported, you are warm, you are at peace. The steady calm of the room is all around you, and it is inside you as well. Your breath is the softest of rhythms, a quiet tide rising and falling in the stillness. Each breath is a confirmation of this peace, a deepening of this rest. The snow continues to fall. It is a silent, unending story being written on the landscape, a story of stillness and deep quiet. The window shows only this soft moving whiteness against the deep black of the night. The reflection of the embers in the glass is a single, steady point of orange light, a tiny star of warmth in the vast, cold scene. The cabin is an island of warmth in an ocean of snow, and on this island all is well, all is calm, all is still. The fire in the stove is a low, steady heart, beating warmly in the centre of the quiet. Its light is a gentle presence, a soft glow that keeps the deepest dark at bay. The warmth spreads and fills the space, a constant, soothing embrace. There is nothing else but this warmth, this quiet, this soft, heavy blanket, this gentle light, the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, the scent of pine in the warm air, the sight of the silent snow falling outside. It all repeats, a gentle, circular lullaby of the senses. The warmth soaks deeper. The quiet grows more profound. The feeling of stillness becomes a part of you. The embers in the stove glow with a steady, patient light, a promise of continued warmth, of continued peace. The room is filled with a deep and steady calm, a calm that holds you, a calm that you can sink into, like sinking into a deep, soft bed of snow, but warm, so very warm. The gentle pulse of the embers, the soft weight of the wool, the silent dance of the snow. It all continues, a slow and steady drift into deep and peaceful rest. Now the narration comes to a soft close. The sounds will continue, steady and calm as you rest.